and forgetting to bounce it on the channel thingy. Yeah, ta 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 ta. Let's see here. Let's let everybody know. We Twitter. We tweet. I'm playing the music from the. There is a royalty-free music list on YouTube. It's really freaking annoying. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Gonna randomize it there. There we go. And it is not playing my music. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. It is not reacting to the audio. Why is it not reacting to the audio? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I need to adjust it. My auto screen thingamajiggy is not working appropriately. Just give me a second here. Hey, right. Options. Let's see. Number of pixels rendered. See if that helps. Let me turn this off and testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. It's not working. What it is doing, it's only responding to the music I'm playing instead of to my voice. That's kind of cool. I can't figure out how to get it to respond to both. It can either respond to my voice, or it can respond to my music. I really need somebody who knows how to run this thing. Well, I don't know who is out there. I don't know I don't know nothing. Hmm. This thing, this is such a glitchy set. It really is. For one thing, I can't, no matter what I do, look, it just seems like common sense. You do not want Minicam to broadcast the Minicam interface. That should be, point number one. It should be the one thing that the audience does not see when you're switching back and forth. I can't figure out, I'm sure there's probably some way to set it all up so it does that, but I can't figure it out. Not to save my life. It's very frustrating. All these things it's supposed to work with, but it doesn't. It's rather aggravating. You see, this thing is supposed... Well, that doesn't work either, does it? None of the things in this thing work right. Or the way, don't work the way the instructions say they will. Well, that's life, I suppose. Let's talk religion, let's talk politics, let's talk art, let's talk the weather. Let's talk about anything. And you see, it's supposed to be showing the app window, but it's not showing the app window. It's not showing the app window. It's showing my desktop. Urgh. It refuses to cooperate. Great. This is why this is the real reason that these old audio files are so rhapsodic about analog everything. It's because with analog you just plugged crap in and it worked. It didn't matter which one you plugged in first. And half the time it didn't matter which socket you plugged it in. It worked. Digital, with analog, it was all cables and plugs and buttons. With this digital stuff, it requires knowledge of the arcane and possibly the Necronomicon to get it to work the way it says it will. And forget the way it should work. Man, it's frustrating. See, I can't check the chat window while that's running. I can't let you watch that while I'm doing this. It automatically switches over to whatever I'm doing. It's supposed to just, be showing this right now. That's the only thing you're supposed to be able to see on the screen. But it won't! It'll only show my desktop for some reason. I have no idea why. I have no idea how to change it. I have no idea how to fix it. I have no idea how to get it to work right. It's infuriating. I don't think this thing was made by people who speak English either. That doesn't help either. Got that English in the instructions. For to make horn beep tuttle melodiously, that usual crap. Anybody out there? Anybody out there? See, this is what I want showing on my screen. Instead of just seeing this, you also see this. It's not supposed to do that. Now it has a little subset here, app window. You're supposed to be able to just select a particular app window. Pick the app window, and only the app window will show, and it won't let me. It would do it. It won't. It's atrocity. This thing is supposed to handle up to 12 cameras, quote unquote, at the same time. But I can't get the cameras to stay where they're supposed to. It's really, really frustrating. It really is. I go through this every time. I don't know, there's always, I really don't want to be messing with this if I'm doing something else. And then I start the show, and ta-da, I can't get anything to work. It's like, ta-da, screw you. Spent all this time learning how to use this darn thing. If I started over with a new audio video whatchamajigger, I'd never get back on the air again. Okay, is anybody out there? Is anybody listening? Is anybody following? Is anybody watching? I spend so much of the first few minutes of every show just waiting for somebody to say, well, it's my own fault. I mean, I'm such an irregular broadcast, nobody knows what to expect. Oh, once again, shaking the money tree, shaking the tin cup. I'll say it straight. I have to make at least $400 to pay the electric bill for this month. And that's not the full amount. That's just enough we will not disconnect you right away. I need, to pay it off, to totally zero it out, I need $700. And so, yes, I'm online begging. Got my tin cup out on my website. So if you like my comics, if you like my, if you like my fan fictions, I'm not, I don't put a donation button up on my fanfiction site, but I do tell folks that I have other stuff that if you want to donate towards that, that would be nice. I've got PayPal. I've also got Patreon. That's Patreon's for people who like to, make, regular little donations to artists and such they like. Now, let's see here. What I'll be working on today. I've got a backlog of strips due to another individual. I got well, let's see here. What am I looking for? I done dinner. Okay, probably my email. Oh, come on, you stupid thing. Facebook. Chapter 50 of The Great Alicorn Hunt is up. It's available on archiveofourown.org. Just look for user RHJunior. Or look under The Great Alicorn Hunt. That'll take you to it. Well, let's see here. Inbox, missions, Old Vic. Let's see. Okay. Well, let's see here. Let's see. Frames. Here we go. Switch over to desktop so you can see what I'm doing. We've got an audience of one, which I think is probably me. Okay. No. First of all, let me say this. No, I did not watch this Saturday's Tales. I did not watch this Saturday's Friendship is Magic. No, I did not. Uh, I have religious convictions against watching any remake of Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol. I want you to understand. I have seen. Think about it. If you are within the sound of my voice, anywhere, if you live anywhere in America, uh, and I bet you that in America, I bet it's in America, and I bet it's in Great Britain. I bet you that they've seen every version of it in Japan at this point. But Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol. The man wrote like 1,000 books, and the only one anybody knows about is The Christmas Carol. Now, look, if you are within the sound of my voice, if you are in America, and probably Canada and England, you have seen you have seen A Christmas Carol, some remake of it, at least once a year, every year of your life. And most years you will see at least 3 or 4 made by different companies. It'll be a cartoon. Some versions will be a cartoon. It'll be it'll be a live action. It'll be a stage production. It'll be a musical. It'll star everyone from Henry Winkler to Henry Ford. It's every single year. We could go on about how society has turned. A society that has rejected Jesus Christ and has rejected Christianity has turned a Christian holiday, Christmas, into a sacrament but we won't. We'll just say we'll just observe what they have done with A Christmas Carol. It sucks. Okay. I've seen it done with Muppets. I have seen it done with I mean, you cannot walk through a store without some sort of animatronic version of it. I've seen places where there was one mall, they set up animatronics of different scenes from A Christmas Carol in the middle of their main lobby, and it's everywhere. It's May, okay. The reasons I've seen it at least, you figure, 3 times a year, starting with the year of my birth. You will have seen at least 3 or 4 versions of it. You'll seen book version everywhere. Let's say an average of 5 different versions of A Christmas Carol every year around Christmas time, times 45 years. That's how old I am. 45 years. 225 different performances or 225 different airings of A Christmas Carol. I'm a little tired of it. And second of all, it's May. Third of all, it's not that great of a story. Charles Dickens was a social activist. Some of the things he talked about, like most people in turbulent times when society is trying to correct its deepest problems, he'll get you'll have activists who are well-meaning, but they get things wrong. I mean, Charles Dickens' sentimentality did not address very much reality. Nobody ever questions the ethics of A Christmas Carol. You ever notice that? Somehow, okay, charity, yes, kindness, yes. But you read the original story, it was more about how Ebenezer Scrooge was supposed to be responsible for all the ills of his society, and how he was somehow obligated to try and to fix everything. And he was rather blinkered. Charles Dickens was kind of blinkered on certain social issues. Let's just leave it at that. The only thing people carry away from these stupid Charles Dickens remakes is that you're a horrible person if you don't celebrate Christmas and give away the gross national product of Bolivia in presents. That's the only message that you come on. You're a horrible person if you don't celebrate Christmas. There are Christians who don't celebrate Christmas, and with good reason. It's become an orgy of spending. And people are more obsessed with having this transcendent experience of Christmas than in resting in what it's about. No. The meaning of Christmas is it's a holiday. That's all it is. It's not a sacred day. Okay, it's not. There is no sacrament in the Bible for Christmas. Okay. it's not even really the day he was born. Jesus was born in lambing season, which is in the spring. The December 24th is an invention of the Catholics, who were trying to sort of absorb and the Yuletide holidays that were being normally celebrated by the pagans. I'm not dissing anybody who wants to celebrate it, and I think that if whatever you do or whatever you don't do, do all to the glory of Christ. What the Bible says. If you don't celebrate, sit at home. Just have a nice, peaceful day. That's good for you. Fine, great. If you go out whole hog, celebrating December 25th as a day to celebrate Jesus' birth, good for you. But Christmas has become more important to people than what Christmas is about. So no, I'm not thrilled with any Christmas. And well, let's move on to the actual show. The My Little Pony. Okay, let's move on to My Little Pony. Let's consider My Little Pony. All right, let's consider it. Okay, I didn't really care for the Hearthwarming Carol. Okay, because it left a rather unsavory, rather grimdark premise. This sort of suggested thing in the background that said, you'd all better play nice, or the evil spirits will come and get you and freeze you in a block of ice. It sort of ignores the fact that a lot of life is driven by conflict, by rival. That's just the way it is. Whether we're talking the benign conflict of sports rivalries, or the marketplace competition, or the rivalry with those who are morally opposed. When you are morally opposed to another group and their philosophies. Now, what I'm driving at here is that the premise of this hearthwarming tale was that the only, that it doesn't matter if you have legitimate grievances or are suffering injustices. There's nothing more horrible than people not getting along. It doesn't even consider the idea that sometimes people shouldn't get along. For example, let's consider, should America and England, should the Allies have put down their arms and made friends with Nazi Germany? There are worse things in life than conflict. Much of our society, much of our culture is enamored of this. War is the ultimate evil. No, there are things far more horrible than war. Slavery, subjugation, genocide, brutality, oppression. This is the reality. Men, War is terrible, but not nearly as terrible as what happens when the good guys lose. And I saw from the previews of this episode, they were just carrying on the Christmas worship principle further. Uh, it was bad enough when the unspoken implication was, you better all be friends with everybody. Or the horrible Sky Devils will come and freeze you up. Now, apparently, if you don't want to celebrate their fabricated holiday, you're the villain of the piece. And the evil cold sky demons will come and destroy you. It's kind of sad, really. It really is. I don't care how they do it. Uh, Christmas cannot be salvaged. What they, in the way that people say, "Oh, Christmas has become a day of greed. We should all sit around and hold hands and meditate to try and fix that." No. Look, let's say it like it is. When I was a kid, my parents made a point. There were times we're sitting there Christmas morning, goggling at the presents under the tree, and my parents are, "Now you know what Christmas is really about." I'd love to go back and look at fabricated family guilt. Guilt for Christmas. That's uh, uh, Thanksgiving has been about stuffing your face with turkey. Forcing the family all to come together and stuffing your face with uh, turkey, and it has been for a century. If you don't think Thanksgiving is about uh, uh, the big feast, try having a Thanksgiving. I dare you to say, "Well, we're getting back into the real spirit of Thanksgiving," and show up and everybody get together and you know eat McDonald's takeout, and not even that much. Just everybody gets a hamburger and some fries, or just a regular meal. I bet you can try and pull the Whoville routine on Christmas. No presents, no tree, no decorations, no nativity scene, no nothing. All right, and just have everybody stand around in a circle. Everybody. Okay, we're celebrating Christmas, kids. Let's get up. Everybody come down, stand in a circle in every room, sing some Christmas carols, and then we go back. And then we go about our business. It's a festival. It's a day for people to get together and splurge on themselves and on each other. Get together, have fun, merrymaking. Be with people that you love, you care about, and you are happy to be with. and the reason is an entire separate issue. Half the problem is that days like Thanksgiving and Christmas and to a lesser extent Easter and various other, others, they've been turned into guilt sacraments. Oh, you're a horrible person if you don't celebrate. Now that one line from Gremlins of all things, where the girl is talking, she says, "Geez, you say you don't like, you say you don't like Groundhog Day, and nobody gets on your case. You say you don't like Christmas, and they want to crucify you." Holidays are just an excuse to, it's an excuse to indulge on oneself and on other people. But it stopped being an excuse to indulge, and it started becoming an obligation, and that's my issue with the holidays. Now, the whole point of this last episode, I didn't watch it. I just watched the trailers, read the summary, and I said no, because it boils down to Starlight Glimmer. Is Starlight Glimmer a character they should have put on the bus and never seen again? Starlight Glimmer doesn't want to celebrate housewarming, and so she gets the whole full course meal of guilt tripping, and basically goes through the whole Christmas Carol routine by proxy, and basically gets told she's a horrible person for not wanting to celebrate a holiday which really doesn't have anything for her. And it goes, and like I said, they take it from the implications. The old heartwarmings, the implication was if we stop playing nice for any reason whatsoever, the sky demons will come and all freeze us to death. And now it becomes, if we don't celebrate Hearthwarming Day, the sky demons will all come and all freeze us to death too. Didn't the pagans, do ritual sacrifices to make sure that, you know, they went around and danced in circles and beat on the drums to make sure that during an eclipse the evil sky demons would stop eating the sun. Sounds familiar. No, it's just like chewing. It's just saw that plot synopsis. I saw those trailers, and it was like biting down on tinfoil, or rinsing a rotten tooth with vinegar. Ugh. I want to see a couple episodes where I want to see a show or a movie or anything where the protagonist doesn't celebrate Christmas and the world, surprise, does not end. Give me one of those, you know? Christmas does not need saving, okay? The world's sanity needs a little saving. It is barking nuts what people do on Christmas. They turn it, this is the campaign. It's okay not to celebrate Christmas. It's okay. You don't have to spend the gross national product of Bolivia. You don't have to destroy families' peace of mind and sanity. You don't have to drag your whole family halfway across the country to visit relatives you've practically forgotten. It's called a telephone. You can use it. Maybe this is just me. I'm an old fart, and I'm just this side of being officially disabled. And I am not. I consider it a pain in the ass just to go down the road to the grocery store. The idea of traveling cross country, it would probably kill me, quite literally. So I'm not going anywhere. Don't ask about how depressed I am about that. quick save in there. 52. Ouch. Legs are sore. Everything's sore. I never know if the thing is working right. Okay, an audience of 0. We have an audience in 6 digits. Unfortunately, they're all 0. Okay, let's put it. I'll sum up. I hate. Let's go. Let's go back to this most recent. I'll summarize why I didn't watch it. Okay, 1, I hate Christmas in July thing. 2, I hate watching A Christmas Carol. 3, I hate Starlight Glimmer. She should not be a regular character on the show. She shouldn't even be there. She and Discord should have both been put on a bus. They should never let them out. No. They should be busting rocks. In a sane world, they'd be busting rocks in a prison. I'm really getting tired of the whole. Oh, they just needed friends. Oh, they were evil and they nearly destroyed the world, but all they needed was friends. Oh. Now, come on. Adolf Hitler had friends. He had families. He had a hot chick to bang. He had everything. Didn't make him any less evil having people around him who liked him. I know that the emphasis of the show is supposed to be on friendship. But they need to stick to dealing with friendship issues. Their assumption is that friendship will fix everything. I sort of addressed the problem. With the whole heartwarming tale in my own stories. Well, first of all, you got to figure that things were not equitable. It was portrayed that it was everybody's fault. All three sides were, equally at fault and equally uh, causing trouble, and it sort of ignores a couple of things. Okay, um, first of all, it ignores the idea that somebody there might have had legitimate grievances, and that the grievances weren't all because they misunderstood, they didn't realize it was the Wendigos. No, let's address the fact. Okay, I don't care how strong and how well you grow potatoes. No, you've got three races here. Okay, one that can change reality. That can move the sun and the moon, and can transform uh, uh, objects. With their mind. They can kill you with their brain. Okay, basically, you got the unicorns, and you got the Pegasi, who can control the weather, storms and cyclones, and hail and lightning, and they are airborne, which gives them, just about the tactical advantage. And then you have the Earth ponies, who are really strong and can grow plants good. Guess who's going to be holding the sword and who's going to be pushing the plow? So you can pretty well darn figure that in any realistic scenario, the real situation would have been the militant Spartan Pegasi and the elite aristocrat wizard unicorns would be fighting each other over who owned the most Earth Pony peasants. That would be the real scenario. And it's supposed to be the Pegasi provide the weather, and the unicorns make the sun and the moon, rise so that the sun shines and the plants grow. And well, the problem is that the in that scenario, the Earth ponies are operating a loss. Okay, first of all, the whether or not anybody else contributes, the unicorns have to raise the sun and the moon, or the world dies. That has to be done regardless. The rain has to fall regardless. Whether or not the Earth ponies benefited from it. But the Earth ponies, if they stop growing food, the Earth ponies, when the sun's going to shine and the rain's going to fall regardless of whether the Pegasi and the unicorns are in charge, but they're coming and taking what has to be 2/3 of everything the Earth ponies produce for doing, and they're saying this is payment for our services, for doing things that they would have to do anyway. The only thing that the Earth ponies are getting is not beaten up. And the fact that the story involves all three of them splitting up to go separate ways, each one looking for the, that says right there that none of them really needed the others to be there. The sun's going to come up and go down no matter where the Pegasi are. No matter where the unicorns are, and the weather. It's been demonstrated. It's already been shown in the show that the pony, the Pegasi control the weather over Equestria, but the rest of the world, they still have weather. So there you have it. So already the whole premise of the heartwarming, it fails the think test. We solved all these problems because we became friends. No, you probably solved this problem by give and take. As one of our forefathers put it, is not by the benevolence of the butcher, the baker, or the chandler we enjoy the fruits of their labor. It is their own enlightened self-interest. Friendship will do all sorts of wonderful things, but mutually beneficial agreements will do so much more. Sort of not getting anywhere here. I'll get that preliminary sketch done at least. There's a part I just right now, Hi-oh! We've got 3 people in the audience. Yay! Hello, Amiga Dragon, and whoever you other 2 people are. Let's celebrate with a light show. Turn this over. Transfer. I've got this thing sequenced. I've got this thing synced to the music. Now it's not synced to my microphone. But if I turn it on so that so I can hear what I'm saying on my microphone, I start getting feedback loops. Broadcast station, I am not. What do you think? Yeah, this is the free royalty-free music that they have on YouTube. 722 samplings of really insipid music. I've been ranting for the past hour or so about the terrible episode they had on My Little Pony this Saturday. Let me summarize for you, for all of you who have just come in. Okay? Christmas in July sucks. 2, 1, Christmas in July sucks. 2, I have seen every possible variation of Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol. I don't ever want to see any of it ever again. I don't want to see it ever again. And 3, I don't like the premise of or rather, I don't like the I'll say it. I don't like the premise of Hearthwarming Day. I've deconstructed that in Nix's Family to a fairly well. I've got a real problem with the fact that they are pushing Christmas all the time. They don't want anything. They don't want our society to have anything to do with Christianity, but the Christian-inspired holiday of Christmas, Santa Claus Gimme Day, It's beyond the green. It's Christmas has become a religion unto itself. The original Christmas Carol was talking about how Scrooge was miserly and through his whole life, year round. Okay, it was about how year round he was cold and heartless, and how he was supposed to represent England and London and England's terrible disregard for the misfortunate. Charles Dickens was his generation's version of a social activist. So, but what it has devolved to. The message of every variation of Christmas Carol since then has been, you're a horrible person if you don't celebrate this holiday. You'll turn to the dark side if you don't celebrate Christmas regularly. And that's precisely what the message of that was the theme of the episode that they had last night. I didn't watch it. I watched the trailers. I read the synopsis. I said, "Oh, they can't make me watch this." I hate Starlight Glimmer because I'm really kind of tired of the fact that every episode they have every villain they have. Oh, he just needed friends. He just needs friends. And as I point out, Hitler had friends. Hitler had friends. He had sycophants. He had people who adored and revered him. He had a whole family. He had doggies that loved him. He even had a girlfriend he could bang. So it didn't make him any less evil. Now did it? Friendship is great, but friendship does not fix everything. And in fact, friendship can be a problem. That's the idea behind the issue of codependency. I know the episode. I know the emphasis of the show, as I've said before. I know the emphasis of the show is about friendship and friendship issues, which for young girls who are very social creatures is a big issue. But they have to remember that even though this isn't this isn't a fix all for everything. It's not friendship is not a road to easy redemption. It may inspire people to forgive you, but it's not it's not the road to penitence, to repentance, to a change of heart. Take the character of Starlight Glimmer. This is a girl who went off the rails because her first friend moved away from her hometown, and she spun off rails and she started a cult that robbed, that basically enslaved folks and took away their talent and individuality. And then when that failed, she came back and nearly destroyed her world, monkeying around with time, just trying to get even with the people who spoiled her plans. But at the end, all she needed was somebody to say, "Oh, I'll be your friend." And, suddenly she's turned right around. Yeah. No, that did not sell me. She had no regret over what she was doing. She had no point where she said, "My God, what have I done?" She had a point where she realized what she was doing was wrong. And even now, the episodes are, whenever she talks about her heel turn, she's all, well, my friend abandoned me, and that's why I became evil. So, no. And I'll say the same thing for Discord. Okay. They should have left that character where they found. The only reason they brought Discord back is because the people that worked on the show were a bunch of John Delancey fanboys. Oh, we get to work with you in the audio studio. That's all it was. A terrible character. His relationship with Fluttershy, I've said this before and I'll say it again. All they were lacking from the first episode was him, was a wife beater T-shirt and Fluttershy with a black eye. Doesn't this area sound familiar? A girl, a man who's loafing in her house, makes her life miserable. He takes advantage of her. All her friends are standing around. He's bad for you, and she's going, "Oh no, I'm sure he'll be. I'm sure he'll change." Where do you even begin with that? Where does that even begin to be a good idea? But I've harped on that before. I've griped about that. I've spent an hour griping about this last episode. Look, did Michael Moby think he was making a good movie? Well, think about Michael Moore. Do you think Michael Moore is oblivious to the fact that he is deliberately fabricating lies? His whole story, his whole movie, Bowling for Columbine, was end-to-end lies, distortions, uh, misrepresentations, and outright lies. And it was deliberate. You can't imagine. Well, the thing of it is that yeah, he had to. Okay, yeah, Michael Moore had to know he was lying. He had to know that he was falsifying this stuff. But at the same time, he had to believe, that he was a great and noble and daring person for doing it. One of the things to keep in mind about the left is that they don't think lying is wrong. Take into account when the memo scandal, when they tried to falsely accuse Bush of being AWOL during his time in the military. They brought for this, and I believe it was Dan Rather himself came forward and defended what he did, what they did with the fake memo, and said, well, the memo was fake, but I'm sure the truth was essentially there. And they've said this elsewhere. They caught some news reporter or something out in a bald-faced lie, and the fact, the evidence was false, but the story was true. That was their mentality. That is the leftist mentality. It's not whether it's factual or not. It's not whether it's true or not. It's how it makes them feel. Look up the term truthiness, and you'll get the idea. Truth, INESS. Oh, Dragon, I've got your salmon Pelennor. Just a second here. Let me email it to you. Let me find it and email it to you. I need your email address, apparently. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, no, you had one for Salmon Pelennor. I had another one that was done. Somebody else was asking for, hold on here. Well, that was for Kruger. I gotta get to Kruger. Did I send this to Kruger? I think I sent it to Kruger. Yeah, there it is. Let's get a prelim sketch down. Let's open. No, I don't need a new. I need an open. I need a new. I can't think. Main is not working. All right. Let's see here. New. Tilt to the side. Wanted Sam and Pellinor. Let's switch the camera over here. I would love to be able to get this thing to work right, you know. And the thing of it is that Sam isn't exactly a duelist. She wouldn't be carrying a sword. Her thing is going to be a dagger and Quentin's crossbow gun. She's the team thief, remember? Backstab and sneak attack. How about pole arm? That'll work. Come in. Hold on, we got a guest. Just saying. What's up? How are you? I'm fine. Right by the door, in the cans. And this was Lawnmower Man. He is visiting us today. He's checking out the Thompson's water seal. You got a large round of applause from 3 people. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Live dashboard. Here we go. We've got an audience of 2 people. Okay. I'm not exactly tearing up the internet here, but yeah. Up. There we go. Is what?
Like parts in here.
Yeah. It's fairly warm. Temperature's been bobbling all over the place. In case you were wondering, it was 50 degrees yesterday. I said, I'm thinking one of these days I'm going to buy about like a few thousand feet of PVC and some plastic wrap and just make a big greenhouse over top of this trailer. It'd work. He's laughing at me. He's laughing. It would work.
Oh yeah.
I could hide the whole darn thing. Lawn? What lawn?
We weren't thinking. Me and you.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't. We both were thinking yesterday. Because when I come here tomorrow, we're mowing too.
Yeah.
What me? You need anything?
No.
You want to do the same thing we did yesterday? I'll run up to the ATM. You only have me 30 this month.
I'll be going to the store a little bit, about midnight tonight. I'll pull you through, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm keeping this in here because it's got to be not
Warm.
yeah. And then I can apply it at 50 degrees tomorrow just to keep one being 64. We're good to go.
Oh yay, 64 degrees.
Yeah, so I will be here right around 1.
It's practically a balmy summer day. Yes. All right. Alrighty. Alrighty. See you tomorrow. Amiga Dragon Duel. Let me see. Or maybe that should be sparring. Spar. So, I don't know why it does that. There we go. And that was Lawnmower Man. Guy in my neighborhood does lawn mowing and odd jobs for me. Listening to the royalty-free music list on YouTube. 773 different videos. They all sort of stink. It's interesting. It's this trope here, dinosaurs or dragon. There are some scientists who theorize that, yes, some of the dinosaurs may have actually breathed flame. Well, not flame. It's if you've ever heard of the bombardier beetle, bombardier beetle has glands in its tail that when it's attacked, it sprays out the two chemicals. It sprays out two separate chemicals. They mix, and the spray they produce is it's basically superheated steam. It is literally hotter than boiling water. Your average frog ends up seriously regretting its dinner choice. It literally burns, and some researchers, they've looked at the brachiosaur and the various other dinosaurs that had those weird hollow head tube things. They think that might have housed glands similar to the bombardier beetle. I don't know what all proof they have, but it's a very interesting concept. Very interesting idea. All right. You want to know something? I noticed something interesting. They went to all the trouble of in the show Micro Pony. They went to all the trouble of creating Twilight's Castle and the mystery with the box and everything else to change the elements of harmony into the rainbow power. And the main six used the rainbow power once. Once and only once. And they have never used it ever again. something tells me that that particular chain of that particular variant of toy just didn't make the market. Oh yeah, they have. Oh, you're saying pterosaurs? They've seen pterosaurs? Yeah, they've had accounts by Aboriginal natives in various countries. They've described creatures that sound a great deal like dinosaurs. You look at a map. I once saw a map once that showed all the different places where people had seen Loch Ness monster type monsters. It was one of those, mysteries of the unknown books, about Bigfoot and UFOs and things like that. I used to love that stuff. I still do. When I was a kid, I loved reading about it. It was so cool. And but they showed this one map. They showed a couple of different maps. This is all the locations where people think they've seen Bigfoot. And here's all the locations where they've seen, ghosts. And here's one over here where they've seen Loch Ness monsters. Sea monsters. And that map was covered. I mean, there wasn't a continent, there wasn't an ocean, there wasn't a. I mean, just hundreds of dots all over the world where people have said, there are some even, local folklore and legends that, where they've been having sightings of them for years and decades, even centuries in the case of Loch Ness. Now, there's one skeptic who pointed out, what does the Loch Ness monster eat in Loch Ness? And I remember him claiming that there was no fish in Loch Ness, and I'm like, that can't be right. I would love to check and see. I've looked around. I can't find any reference. Do they have fishing in Loch Ness? There's a camera online. There's a webcam that's pointed at Loch Ness. You can log on at any time and see what you're looking at. I think even someone you can move around. Like sooner or later, some jackass is gonna put a little plastic dinosaur in front of that camera. Oh my God, we found it! You know. People laugh at cryptozoologists, but they forget that many of the creatures we take for granted today were cryptos at one point. Gorillas were cryptids at one point. Because European explorers would come back and talk about hairy man creatures that they had seen. And then they found the gorillas. The coelacanths, living dinosaur. Everybody said it was a myth. The Komodo dragon. Come on, hello, surprise. Those are some seriously dangerous creatures. Oh, those are so cool. But when they're the full size ones, they will attack people, and they can get some speed up too from running. And their bite is so nasty that it invariably gets infected. So no laughing matter. I miss those days, really. I miss those days when I'd spend all my time, just digging through stories of UFOs and sea monsters and crypto whatevers. feeling old at the moment. In case you're wondering, I'm still trying to raise enough money. I'm still trying to raise enough money to pay my electric bill for this month. It is. I have got to make at least. I have got to pull in at least $400. Crap. Videos crapping out on me. If you like my comics, if you like my stories, if you like my fan fiction, whatever, please drop a little something in the hat on my website, www.rhjunior.com. Because if I don't come up with $100, I've got to come up with at least $400. I've only got about I've got less than $200. I got less than $200 in the bank, and I have to come up with at least 400. And the total bill is 700. I have to come up with at least over. I have to come up with over half that, just to keep them from disconnecting it. And I have got until the 25th, so I've got 10 days. If I don't, I die. No internet, no electricity, nothing. I've been the reason I've been begging them off. I've been compiling back payments into payment schedules, and they're just not going for it anymore. I need, I'm out of luck. And I can't borrow that from anybody I know. No, just The Legacy of Warhammer. Ridiculously large shoulder pads. I know I don't deserve any help. I don't. I've used up any good. I feel like I've basically. I look in the mirror and I basically know that I have had to have used up any goodwill that I might have had coming my way. I all I can do is all I can do is ask for forgiveness. I don't really think is coming, and I don't even have any apologies I can make. I just have to sit. And sometimes I just have to sit and stand in front of the train wreck that I've made of my life. and you know, pray for a miracle and hope. I'm sure a lot of people listen to me wondering, don't I have any pride? I mean, I've don't I have any self-respect? Don't I have any pride? And I'm like, I've I feel like I don't like I no longer have that privilege. I've failed to live up to what is rightfully expected of me. I'm sorry. I'm just. Yeah, this is the reason that people tell me that I should probably go be, checked for chronic depression. Ah, you know, what happens when you have a definite reason to be depressed? I sound like a big whiny wuss. I know it. But, the phrase ain't too proud to beg. I'm too broke to have any pride. And I'm too much in a hole. So I'm begging. Basically hoping that there's 100 people in the world who'll throw $10 in a hat. That'll get you through 1 month. And you have to start all over again the next month. I've outlived my market, really. What do I mean by that? I mean, the market for my cartoons, my books, my DVDs, everything is uh, few people that want what I have, and I've gotten older and I've slowed down, and yeah, Rebel Cloud was kind of inspired by Firefly. Definitely inspired by Firefly. You don't see too many sci-fi series where the scrappy heroic rebels lose right at the beginning. Well, that's the thing of it is that yeah, it's only supposed to be not supposed to be armored, but Pellinor's a chicken. He's not going to spar and take and risk getting hurt sparring. That's the comp where he's more scared of the world outside of his armor than the fact that it's haunted by his dead former boss. Now, of course, he lives in a world with trolls, orcs, ogres, dragons, psychotically evil fairies. The works. So, is he cowardly? Is he paranoid? Or is he sensible? That's the thing about Dungeons and Dragons. You live in a world with things like the Tarrasque, and yet you've got people who are level 1 going out. Let's go out and take this crappy armor and these crappy magic. Uh, you know, let's take our crappy magic, crappy armor, and crappy skills and go out and become adventurers. It's like you look at the old Legend of Zelda, the original Legend of Zelda. What do they give you to start with? Link. He's supposed to save the world. Here's a wooden sword. How well would it work out if we did that with our like our soldiers? Okay, we're going to war in the Mideast. Here's your first weapon, a musket. Oh, don't worry, you'll get better stuff when you level up. Somebody really needs to break the paradigm on that whole leveling thing. Levels and classes. It's the leveling thing that gives people a sense of accomplishment. I used to play World of Warcraft and get my character up to the maximum level, and I'm like, well, that's it. And further playing didn't really give me any sense of accomplishment. Because I got in, I thought, you get up to level 100, and then what? Level 50 or level 75 or level whatever was the top peak level at that time. I remember a first character I got up to peak level was my Worgen Death Knight. Zombie warlock werewolf. All I needed was a Harley, and he would be the most metal character on there. But I'm booking along doing the various missions, and I'm out, in the middle of some, up in the frozen north, in the middle of a tundra, and you have leveled up, and I'm like, oh well. But what's the point of going on? Mission accomplished. I wasn't anywhere near, there was hundreds of missions left and quests and junk, but like, why do any of this crap? I'm not going to get anything for it. I'm not going to level up. I'm not going to increase in power. I'm not. I was new to the game. I didn't understand. Once you get up to the maximum level, there's other ways to increase the coolness factor of your character, but that's the thing with any online game. You eventually reach a certain level, you go, what's the point? They're using practice swords, in case you're wondering. Next thing, apparently somebody has designed a little toy robot tank thing. Here, let's switch over to camera here so you can see it. Check this out. Here it is. No, that's not what I want. Here it is. is a miniature robot, remote controlled, carries a 9mm Glock pistol. I've seen another one. They have one of those little quadcopters. They fitted it out with a gun. And it's no joke. This stuff is out there. You know the cops have this. You know the cops have these toys. The military has these toys. They're arming. They're preparing. They are arming up to suppress a revolting populace. That's not paranoia. That's observation. see here. Sorry about that. I did it again. This is one of the things I do is I tend to fall silent while I'm working. Not a really good idea for a radio program. This is essentially what this is a radio program with visuals. Mm. Oh, that ain't right at all. Another Bell versus Gilly idea. Yeah. I've been saying this for a while. I've lost. I've lost. How can I possibly write jokes about what's going on? It's anything I write will fall flat because it is not nearly as ludicrous as what people are taking absolutely seriously. What can I say? You know? Okay, I'll be right back in a minute. Hold on. Pardon. Thinking of switching back to desktops. Rotating desktops for a background for this. This has got to be boring as heck to look at. Feeling warm. Ugh. You ever wonder about tea? How did that start? I mean, some guy's sitting there. He's saying, I am thirsty and malnourished. I think I'm going to take these grass and leaves, soak them in my drinking water until the water turns brown. Never you mind that in nature, liquid turning brown is a sign that you should definitely not drink it. I'm going to do this. I'm going to soak these leaves in this water until the water turns the color of the river downstream from our village. Then I'm going to pour it in a cup and drink it. Nummy. Just ponder that for a minute. I'm sitting here drinking sweet tea is the reason I'm saying homemade sweet tea. Just soak a couple of bags in a pitcher of water, throw in a cup and a half of sugar, and get about a gallon of sweet tea, and I'm drinking it right from the jug. Darn. Couple of hours, about midnight. I'll wait until after midnight to go shopping at Walmart, because that way there's nobody there. Get carts. Welcome aboard, Neo Wolf. How goes it? Kinda terrible. We currently have an audience of 2. I'm shaking the tin cup for my electric bill. I have until the 25th. Actually, I think either the 25th or 25th. About that time, I've got about 10 days. The whole bill is $700. If I can get them $400, that'll prevent a disconnection. Well, I'm hoping for $700 because, give them $400, I'll still owe them $300 next month on top of whatever electricity I use, and that sucks. So, I'm saying, if you want to make a commission, go to my website. If you want to make a donation, my website, www.rhjunior.com. Because poverty sucks. And I currently have about maybe $200. I'm gonna have about $150 because I've got some guy here that does yard work for me. I gotta pay him. So I'm scratching, and if I don't make the money, the lights go out. And that's no internet, no air conditioning, no heating, no cooking, no refrigerator, no warm water. Basically the power goes out and then I die. So, and there's really nobody I can borrow this. I can't go to my parents or to my sisters. Can I borrow $700? I already, no. They don't have it, They don't have it, and I won't have it. And so if you know anybody who really likes my comics or my fan fiction stories, and they say, "Oh, that guy's so funny. It would suck if he died," This is a fundraiser to prevent sudden spontaneous artist failure. So, as always, I'm taking commissions, make pledges. I'm selling DVDs. I have comics collections, print comics for sale. You just go to my website and click on the website, and they got buttons, little clicky links up at the top of the page. You can click to get to different stuff. Different order pages where you can order stuff, and well, you get the idea. I'm trying to think, and this is the point of the show where my brain starts to wind down. Ouch. I have an odd list of things that I'd love to own. Okay, I used to have a Viking helmet. Okay, not a real one, but you know, costume one with the horns. And I've always regretted losing it. I moved, and I lost track of where it was. And but I had a Viking helmet. Now I've got a Darth Vader helmet I picked up at a Goodwill for like 75 cents. And it's a quality one too. It's a full helmet, it's with the mask and it even has a voice changer battery thing in it. You know, I've got a pair of bunny ears here, and I always, it's just weird stuff I always wanted. I used to have some Groucho Marx glasses, cheap ones, but just I like to say I had them. And I always wanted a gorilla suit, full body gorilla suit. Doesn't even have to be a really good-looking one. Just one of those old crappy, gorilla suit. Boom, gorilla suit. And like a gorilla suit and propeller beanie. That was a center. $15 lousy. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. What a life. And let's think. What else was it? Laugh if you will. I want a Vuvuzuela. You can get like a set of 5 of the things for like $15, $20 on Amazon. Whenever my finances are healthy and glowing again, I'll, some distant time in the future, I'm gonna order myself a Vuvuzuela. Then I'm gonna have a pack of I'll buy like a pack of a dozen and give 11 of them away to kids in the neighborhood. That way, even long after they're confiscated, the parents will be. I'll be in my house going, and all the kids, all the parents. I told you to throw that thing away, but I didn't. When did I draw Witch Hunter? Witch Hunter. Oh, that was I can't even remember. 5-10 years ago. I was trying to make a commentary. It was basically the idea behind Witch Hunter was a commentary on, being the only one in a society that sees with moral clarity. Because every Christian understands that, but I don't think anybody else really does understand what it's like to be the only one in a society that says, the only voice saying, this is bad, this is wrong, we will regret it. God will not bless it. God will punish us for this. God is not mocked. Or to say this is, to be the only one who stands there in society and says, this is evil, this is wrong, this is bad. If we do not stop it, it is going to destroy us. And nobody else can even seem to see it. And that's where that's where I came up with the idea of witch hunters. Crossover. What happened? It was a crossover with another. What happens? What if the witch hunters, the witch finders of centuries ago, what if they had been hunting real witches? And what if the evil they had been hunting had been real? And and that sort of all came together. But it really didn't come. It came out as almost occultic. And it's just an abandoned project because it was getting, it was saying what I was sort of saying what I was trying to say, but it was using the wrong medium and the wrong format to say it. Good grief, what? What were you saying, Nee Wolf? What are you saying, good grief, to? The chat window and the broadcast window, they're not synced up very well. So, I'm not sure how long ago it was. I know it's been several years. I don't know. It's just. see here. Darn it, drew it on the wrong layer. I hate when that happens. As you can see that Sam, while Sir Pellinor is more of the defensive style of combat, Sam is more of the flail at it until it dies technique. Give her a bladed weapon, and she turns into a weed eater on high. Found out my sister had confessed on Facebook that she has in the past texted while driving. I'm like sitting there, that all the face palms. How? Why? Okay, phone calls. I can see, answer the phone, cell phone, talking on a cell phone. I mean, you talk to people in the car, you shouldn't have any trouble talking to people on the cell phone. But texting while driving? Just how regressed has our IQ become that we have to be told not to use a typewriter while driving? Oh, come on! Yeah, this thing is synced to the music that's playing. It used to be synced to my voice, but now it's not synced to that. And I don't know how to fix it. It's such a pain in the butt. I was saying before, this is why this is the real reason that people are, these audiophiles are always talking. Oh, analog is so much better. I'll tell you why analog was so much better is because it was plug and play in the literal sense. You plugged in the chords. You plugged in the musical instruments. You plugged in the microphones. You plugged in you just plug. And it didn't matter which order you plugged them in. And depending on the setup, it didn't depend on which plug you used. You just plug, click, audio, and that was it. But no. With a computer, it's like you have to make sure that this setting is set this way and that setting is set that way. You turn this thing on before you turn that thing on, and you have this one running through that and the over there, and a dozen different arcane settings so arcane you have to open up the Necronomicon to find out what they are. And 9 times out of 10, you still can't get it to quite work right. I was griping about that earlier, so I'm unoriginal. No, I didn't watch My Little Pony last night because rehashes. I'll make it short. Starlight Glimmer sucks. Hearthwarming Tale sucks, and remakes. Remakes of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol suck. So there you have my review. I didn't watch. I watched the trailers, and I read the synopsis, and I was like, oh Lord, no. Saw the little spoiler clips, and I was like, just get out of my face. I gotta agree with the female lead from Gremlins. Man, you tell people that you don't like the 4th of July or Thanksgiving or Groundhog Day or any other holiday, no big deal. But you tell them you don't like Christmas and you don't want to celebrate it, everybody loses their crap. The heretofore, everybody's expecting this great, uh, you know, spirit. Even the atheists are expecting this great spiritual epiphany from Christmas, and everybody is destined for a disappointment. Get over it. It's just a festival. It's not even a holy day, even in Christianity. It is just a holiday. It's a festival day for where you it's an excuse to have fun, to indulge yourself and to indulge others. To give you an excuse to buy an excuse to buy somebody a gift. You buy, let's be honest, you buy somebody a gift any other time other than their birthday or either their birthday or a specific holiday, and they wonder what you're up to. But you buy the same gift, for like Christmas or their birthday or Valentine's Day or Mother's Day. You get the idea. If you buy it for a holiday, it's, oh well, but you just buy something out of the blue. So I just bought this because I like you. They're like scooting. They're either like, "What are you up to? What do you feel guilty for?" Or they're scooting away like, just keep your distance. Try to do that with your coworkers. Oh, we already did the Secret Santa a couple of months ago. What are you doing this with? Oh, I just bought this because I like you. They'll be locking the office door with you on the other side. Holidays are an excuse to indulge. And indulgence isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, you can indulge yourself. Give yourself a much needed vacation or a much needed treat, or you can do it. You can indulge other people. Spend time with them, buy a gift for them, take them out to dinner, and you don't have to. And you don't have to. Come up with an excuse. I mean, look at florists. They even make a joke about it. I mean, they've got this poster at some of the florists, FTD florists, that shows, how much trouble are you in level 1, level 2, level 3, and buys his wife flowers and apology level 300, but you make anything more of it. They expect to have some sort of great, deep, profound spiritual insight about family or love or togetherness or giving or anything else. No. And let's be honest, Christmas has always been just a festival. And the celebration of the birth of Christ has been a peripheral issue to it. Right from the beginning, the Christmas, Easter, and Halloween all started the same way. The Catholic Church trying to engulf some secular or pagan festival or tradition, and give it a religious, a Catholic Church coating coating of paint. It was, yeah, how many different mass days do Catholics actually have? I mean, like I've heard of Martin Mass and the Mass of this and the Mass of that and that's what it was. The Christmas, the Mass of Christ. That's where they came up with it. And Easter was a rip off the fertility worship, rites of spring and all that. I mean, you ask them archaeologists from 1,000 years in the future, they're digging up through the strata. They're. Have you seen some of the stuff they have on sale for Easter sometimes? I have seen nowadays the Easter basket when I was a kid was eggs and candy, which was pretty cool. Big chocolate bunny, the whole works. And that would have to be confusing enough to our future archaeologists. But I have seen them. They have got baskets now that have toys and remote control cars, toy soldiers and battle tanks. It's Easter morning. He's back and he's angry. Run for cover! What is that? That's the first thing that comes to my mind with the resurrection of Christ in the empty tomb. Military hardware. Seriously, and here's our year 3000 archaeologists going, what the hell, and this would be the killer. This would be the one that would drop him like a sack of dirt with like an epileptic seizure or an aneurysm. I saw an Easter basket SpongeBob SquarePants themed. I don't even know how to begin explaining that today. Can you imagine what it'd be like? I just dig one of those things up 1,000 years. It's square and it talks like a seal and it's got bunny ears on. I don't understand. It makes no sense. It makes no. Was there heroin in the water or something? Did they all just gather around a bong or something? They're going to look back on if we ever have another category, they're going to dig up 1,000 years. They're going to dig up the 21st century and they're going to go, and this was the era when the cloud of psychotropic drugs spread through the atmosphere. The thing of it is they, the collapse of Rome was alone. You see these, every civilization goes through this. Every empire does this. They reach a stage of security and prosperity, and they immediately decay into decadence and delusion and delirium and outright insanity. I mean, the final days of Rome, from what I read, I mean, uh, they had some serious moonbat stuff going on. One of the things they think might have contributed to it, though, they think that what might have helped contribute to the fall of Rome was the fact that they used lead utensils, plates, and drinking glasses, and even plumbing, and lead poisoning. And it kind of makes me wonder. I mean, just what toxins are we exposing ourselves to now that are producing like things like Caitlyn Jenner? Look, we've always had crazy people. We've always had people that were Looney Tunes, and who'd come out and insist I am I'm a dog trapped in a man's body, or insist I'm actually a woman even though I have a penis, and they would go out whack, there was always insanity, but never before is the culture, the mainstream, line up and listen to these people. Oh, my name is Bruce, but now I'm Caitlin. Like my implants, and our entire society is standing there, nodding along as just nodding along, sober as a judge. We understand, and we accept your unique worldview as correct. I am kind of wonder if like I don't know, like excessive exposure to plastics or something has produced this state of what effness. Really, Christmas was never a holy day, never a holy day. Okay, the Catholics tried to make it one, but I'm not Catholic, and neither is most of the world. Thank you. It is not scripturally a holy day. In fact, Christmas is not even celebrated on the day, or even in the season of Christ's birth. Jesus was born when shepherds were watching their flocks at night. Shepherds only watch their flocks at night out in the Middle East when it's lambing season. Normally, they put them all in a big pen overnight. They only let the flocks out, to roam around and spread out, is when the ewes are lambing. So it was in springtime, around April or May, when Jesus was born. The Yule log and the pine tree come from pagan practices of Yuletide for the winter solstice. Uh, Most of the decorations are just aggregations made, just merchandising. It's 2,000 years of cruft, and it wasn't even started by the New Testament church. Easter, same story. Halloween, there was an epic failure on the part of the Catholic Church. They tried to turn it into All Souls Day and make it a holiday. Failed. Everybody running around with their ghosts and goblins and demon masks and witches and warlocks and horrible dead things, and didn't even slow the Halloween thing down. All the holidays are nothing. That's all they've ever been is a scheduled justification to take a day off of working and splurge. Mardi Gras, that's the example. One, Fat Tuesday, one last big wild fling before you go to mass the next morning, rub some ash on your forehead, and pretend to regret everything you did. Glad to see you back. Glad to see you back too, YouTuber. I'm trying to I'm going to try and have at least a short little broadcast every day. I'm uh, trying to catch up on crap for one thing, and also, you know, trying, shaking the cup, trying begging for donations and orders and stuff, because I have like 10 days to make it. To make anywhere between $400 to $700 to pay off my electric bill, so that I don't get my power turned off. So it's kind of urgent. Anyway, you are now looking at the screensaver. Screensaver. This is Plane 9. PLANE 9. Number 9. And it's download. Uh, it can be it can be this is currently it's programmed to respond to the music. Hold on, I'm going to change something here. I'm going to change something. Turn that off. No, I wanted the apps. And they have all sorts of settings here. I'm turning them all on, baby. I'm going to switch it over so this is going to it's going to capture from my voice now. Testing, 1 2 3. Testing, 1 2 3. Too cool. Boom, chugga boom, chugga boom, chugga boom, chugga boom, chugga boom, chugga boom, 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 boom. Hi! It's a spicy meatball! I love the pepper. It's a jalapeno pepper on a steak. Ay, 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 ay. I am the flambe. Flambe. There you go. Cool stuff. Cha cha cha. It's a little slow. It's a nifty toy. Ugh. Voice responsive. I can't get it to respond to my. I can get it to respond to my voice or to my music. Can't seem to get them both at the same time. I don't know what the settings are for that. Also, there's a bit of lag. I'm thinking aluminum for our society. Either plastics or aluminum. Most people don't know it. You can get aluminum poisoning. Your body flushes it out a lot better than it does lead. But if you get enough, aluminum in your diet, it starts to build up and make you sick. It's just metal poisoning. You can get poisoned on dietary iron. It's like that. This is how easily amused I am. It's taking forever to switch over to the next one. I wanted it to, I wanted it to scroll through options faster. I really don't want to go back in there and fiddle faddle around all day with the settings. But there you have it. It does all sorts of things, bubbles and gears and well, stuff, all sorts of stuff. Flame, as you can see. Really don't know. I don't know. It's a little quirky. Still can't figure out how to get it to show in a minicam window without, well, by itself. I have to look at the desktop in order to see it like this. There you have it. Oh my. Okay, it is 9:30. I'm gonna have to bail. Thank you all for sitting. As you can see here, we made some good progress on commission here. This one's another one. Got preliminary sketches down. Some of the line work. Turn that off. But in a few hours, I'm going to be getting up like early. I'm either going to be staying up till after midnight or getting up early so that I can get to the store and get some crap taken care of. Please pass it on to your friends. Got an artist here, does artwork on commission. He does work slow, but he does eventually get it done. Right? And he also has books, DVDs, and anything else you would. And if they're feeling generous, toss a penny in the hat. Because seriously, every little bit helps at this point. If I could find 100 people, to just toss a $5 bill in, my butt be bailed out for the electric bill, or at least be spared. If I could find 100 people who throw in a $10 bill, I could pay it off in full and still have enough left over to pay the landlord for the lot rent. So, if you know anybody, just pass the word on. Say,
This idiot over here is asking for money and he's offering pretty pictures.
just whatever. I'm tempted to put up 2 donations. Which party is more generous, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump? Just put two PayPal's up there. Just instead of getting donations, I'd have a bunch of people, fighting. That's all I got to do. He said, guy sitting on a, panhandler. He had a cardboard sheet out with like 6 little cups. Let's see which religion is more generous. And he had one bowl for Christian, one bowl for Buddhist, one bowl for Muslim, one bowl for Hebrew, and one bowl for Judaism, one bowl for. Hello, Archangel. I'll stick around for a little bit longer. You just clocked on. Oh, this is a new one. This is my new screensaver thingy. It's set to voice activated at this point, as you can see. Tra la 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 la. Tra la 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 la. Boo. This is me easily amused. I don't know if you can see it. That's an actual pattern in the background. It's like fluctuating bullseyes. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. There you have it. But like I was saying, this is Plane 9. You can download it for free on its website. I'm not going to give you a link. Google it. All right. Now for a quick summary of the show thus far. One, the latest episode of Friendship is Magic sucks. Holidays are just for fun. Get over it. And please throw a penny in my hat, because I need to pay my electric bill. Also, our descendants 1,000 years from the future are probably already convinced we're all insane. I'm still waiting for a time, they're digging archaeological crap through the 21st century strata, and they're going, what the hell? I'm waiting for them to for a time. I'm still waiting for a time machine to show up. Some guy to pop up. What the hell is wrong with you people? Come on, we got a man who whacked off his weenie, listed as Woman of the Year. What the heck? Now, this one looks like oh dear. This one looks like it's mixed up a lot of stuff all together. Got a fractal cube. I guess the transition period I set up is too slow. Check that out.
It blinks when I talk.
That's pretty cool. Get all sorts of cool toys these days. Unfortunately, they're all digital. This is the disappointment of the future. Back in the day, we expected robots to clean our houses, and we expected we jetpacks and sliding sidewalks and cars that flew and or at least hovered, and colonies on the moon and in orbit, and and people on Mars, and all this stuff that we expect, and it's the interesting thing about I've thought about this before. Robotics. Let's take robotics. We expected for the longest time for machines to take over physical drudgery. Now, machines have been created that make drudgery easier, but we are yet to build machines, robots that are autonomous, fully autonomous, and capable of taking over the whole job. We don't, we have, we built the steam drill, but we haven't given it a brain yet, to do the work, and we thought that computers and tech and robotic technology was going to deliver us from all the physical labor, and that we'd all be able to sit around and do intellectual work, and cerebral and spiritual and artistic stuff. We could all sit around being scientists and artists. That was the vision of the future. But instead, what happened is that we invented computers. We came up with computers, and computers became everywhere. Everybody carries a computer now in their pocket. But instead of delivering us from physical labor, it's delivered us from mental labor. You can't buy a machine that will walk your dog and do your dishes, but you can buy a machine that will calculate your taxes, or or crunch numbers all day long. Everybody carries, everybody has a calculator in their pocket today. We still have to wash our own dishes and flip our own burgers, but at least we don't have to, we don't have to do math in our head anymore. Make of that what you will. Not necessarily a good development either. But the progress we expected has been the exact opposite. It's gone, it's come around from the other side. We had to develop all these machines that were capable of, eliminating mental drudgery, like, long math, long division, and calculating various things for us. But we are still trying to develop machines that can handle the menial physical labor. The best we've come up with is factory robots that need to be in. All we've got is factory robots and the Roomba. A little bit far from Irona the robot maid. Yeah, this. Sing the Doctor Who theme. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, is the clutch broken again? It's set on voice response. I can reset it to respond only to the music, but that wouldn't be as fun. Yeah, the image is a little choppy because it's set on voice response, so it's not smooth. Let me switch it over here. I'll turn it off. Setting it to configure. Options. And darn it, what did I just do that again? Yeah, apparently Crazy was here last night. He just wanted to hear my rant about. Now it's synced to the music. Now it's synced to the music. So the image will be a little smoother. Anyway, I ranted about Newbie Dash last night. Or rather, the night before last. Yeah. I hope, Crazy Redumu. I hope that, I hope the rant did please. Because it sucked. The episode did. We've reached season 6, and it's been this way for a long time, and it usually is this way with most things. Is that after a certain point they start phoning it in. There'll still be good bits every now and then, but learn not to count on them. Newbie Dash was a terribly It was what they call cringy. I'm glad they finally invented a term for that, where you're watching a movie or a TV show and the protagonist or the person you're watching does something so stupid, and you're like, oh. They finally invented a term. I never knew how to describe that. I thought it was just me. I thought I was weird for being embarrassed when the protagonist did something stupid. I mean, when I was a kid, sometimes when a character would do something that was mean or stupid or really out of character, I'd be like, I can't watch this, and I would get up and leave the room. I wouldn't let on. I didn't say I would just get up, and I'd pretend to be going to the bathroom or something. I just couldn't watch, the train wreck. And it surprised me you mean other people go through this too? And this is why I am so happy to discover the term cringe, used in such a fashion. Cringe-worthy. Anyway, the episode Dash, Newbie Dash was terrible because basically, okay, an episode about somebody learning to be with team. Okay, let's go over this. First of all, they of course obviously you have Dash doing all these increasingly stupid, eye-rollingly cringe-worthy things to try and fit in with the Wonderbolts. All the way up to the epic climax where she nearly destroys the air show, trying to fit in. Trying to prove herself. And okay, first of all, it ignores all her character development. I'm sorry, they just handed her an idiot ball. They made her stupid. She didn't even know basic safety practice. She's gone to their flight camp, and yet she returns and she doesn't know basic safety practices on the airfield. Look both ways before crossing the airstrip. I'm like, oh, come on. And I'm sorry, we look back at this. Over the past 5 seasons, Rainbow Dash, the point of the episode was supposed to be, Rainbow Dash has to get over her ego and learn to work with a team. We've already seen her do that. In Wonderbolts Academy, she put the team first. She's willing to quit the Wonderbolts rather than participate in the train wreck they were having with lightning dust. And she called Spitfire out on it. She's been a leader of the team she was the leader of the team for the Equestria Games, the Ponyville team. And in fact, she put the team first. Rather than go with the Wonderbolts, which was a douchebag move on the Wonderbolts' part, trying to poach her away from her team. She stayed with her team, and when they came in and got silver instead of gold, she was still proud of them and proud of the achievement. She was leader of the Tornado Day. She was she's been a team player and a team leader season after season, and she but all of a sudden she suddenly doesn't know how to work in a team. And suddenly she's the most incompetent flyer in the group. It's already been demonstrated objectively that she's a better flyer than any of them. She had to save their lives once because they bungled a mid-air rescue. So they threw away all of Dash's character development just so they could have her. Oh, she can't work with the team. And the second problem is that the message about learning to work with a team only qualifies if a team you're trying to work with deserves your participation. The Wonderbolts, for 5 seasons, every appearance, they're douchebags. And they're bigger douchebag every single time they appear. They snubbed her at the Grand Galloping Gala, and that's what you call it when you invite somebody into the VIP section and then ignore them no matter how much they try to talk to you. No, they didn't even. She'd saved their lives, and and Spitfire couldn't even remember her name. They snubbed her at the Grand Galloping Gala. They snubbed her again at flight camp. She was the best flyer on the team, and they gave wing leader to the reckless jerk who nearly got her own team killed. And Rainbow Dash had to go find Spitfire, the alleged leader, in her office and threatened to leave before Spitfire got off her duff and dealt with the issue. Real leadership qualities there. Then they call her up as a reservist to participate in an air show. She gets framed, and the team instantly turns on her. Every last Wonderbolt instantly turned on her, blamed her for what happened, assumed her guilt, and told her she had one day to prove her innocence, or she would be banned for life from the Wonderbolts. And there was also Rainbow Falls, where they played to her family. They tried to poach her away. They have all these reserve players. Soren gets injured. They bench him. In fact, they lie to him about it. They say they don't need him. They have all these reservists that they could call into this, but no, they try and poach Rainbow Dash away from her hometown team. Now, I want you to think about the fact that the Wonderbolts were shoe-ins for these were the speed trials. The Wonderbolts were basically, they were already a shoe-in to qualify. But the Ponyville team, Rainbow Dash was the only one that could carry them. Without her, they had no hope. They were Spitfire and the Wonderbolts were sabotaging the Ponyville team for an advantage they didn't even need. Douche bag. And then in newbie, she joins up. They finally let her join the team, and they have 2 days to rehearse a new routine. And they give her crap from day one. I get the whole, give the new guy a hard time thing. But this is above and beyond. The thing that clinched it as total douchebaggery was when Spitfire told her, she was a member of the team, here's your team jacket. I don't think I need to tell you, what that kind of thing means in real life. If a flight team jacket from, say, the Blue Angels. I mean, feel free to look it up on eBay. You're not going to find it. This is supposed to be the epic. This is like a several $100 item here, and they give it to her, and they had spent a whole day using as insulting nickname whenever they spoke to her, no matter what she said. And they give her this jacket, you're a member of the team now, and it's got that insulting nickname embroidered as a patch right on the jacket. That isn't just, ribbing the new guy. That's, a dirt bag, gutter licking, scumbag thing to do. That comes down to just basically, we hate you, go away. kind of insult. The Wonderbolts are douchebags. The whole message of learning to, the whole message of, you have to learn to work with a team. You can't always have the spotlight. Blah 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 blah. The message failed. First of all, because Rainbow Dash has been working with, has been doing teamwork for like 5 years now, 5 seasons of character development. She's been a better teammate than any of the Wonderbolts have. The message fails because she's she's a team player, and the Wonderbolts are a team of undeserving, self-important, popular kids. Straight out of high school. They're douchebags. And if the writers had any awareness, they would have had an episode. They would have had an episode where Dash drags him on the carpet for it, and finally says, they almost did it in Wonderbolt's Academy until Spitfire crawfished. They should have just, fine, you're not worth idolizing. Dash said, I idolized you my entire life, and every time I've met you, you've been jerks. You're sleazy. You'll backstab your own teammates. You backstab Soren. You backstab Soren at Rainbow Falls. You backstab me in Cloudsdale. No. And here's your jacket back. Suck on it. That's the problem with the show is that the repentance that they have is, the face turn that most of the villains or antagonists do is too quick, too easy, and with too little consequence. It's just too little consequence. They have no point where they regret what they did. The Wonderbolts never regret being idiots. Starlight Glimmer never really regrets how she nearly destroyed Equestria, how she nearly destroyed the lives of those people in Equality Village, or how she nearly screwed up the timeline. She's regretting her bad reputation now, but she's not regretting what she did. Discord, the most reformed villain in history. Well, you get the idea. I'm rehashing old material here. Rehashing old material. I don't want to be like people, they didn't repent enough. They didn't crawl in enough broken glass, when people genuinely change their mind, you know what repentant is? It just means change your mind. That's literally what the word means. And if you think changing your mind is easy, that's too easy. You've never seen a human being trying to change their mind about something. Repentance is where you admit, the way I've been doing this is wrong. What I've been doing here is wrong. I can't go this way. I got to go another way. In terms of Christianity and when speaking of salvation, repentance basically refers to admitting, you know, I you know you know admitting I changed my mind. I am a sinner. I am unable to save myself. I cannot continue this way. I turn to Christ for salvation. That's what repentance means in terms of Christian faith. Or as Chris Rice put it, turn to Jesus and live. So that's simple. But reform, the kind of reform they show in this show, little, if any, real contrition on the part of the villains. Just does not really work. You still get the sense from watching Starlight Glimmer that, she still feels that somewhere that she was in the right. Well, I only became a villain because she never regrets the harm she did. She regrets the consequences that, others don't really trust her quite yet. Well, leave it be. Okay, I'm starting to lose my voice here. It's 10 o'clock at night. I'm losing my voice. So I'm gonna shut it down for tonight. I'll start again tomorrow. Well, I don't know what time tomorrow night. Probably about 5 or 6. I'll put it up on Twitter when I start broadcasting. So swing on by. Please donate or make a pledge or even place an order because I'm sort of at the down to the final countdown here. I hate asking. I hate saying it. I really do. I'm saying it. I hate going. I need to raise this much for to keep the electron. Please make a donation. But if I don't, nobody knows. Nobody donates, and the power company shuts me off. So please forgive me if if my telethon routine gets annoying. It's it's what I've got to do. Anyway, I'll see you all tomorrow. Hopefully under better circumstances. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Say a prayer for one another. Say a prayer for me because, good Lord knows I need it. This has been Speen Squeezins.